Daddy, can we get some chocolate from that big fountain?
Noise of the corporate Christmas party, and Nathan Cole looked down at his daughter with a smile that made his tired eyes crinkle at the corners. Lily was practically vibrating with excitement, her dark curls bouncing as she tugged his calloused hand toward the dessert table across the grand lobby.
Can we get some chocolate?
"In just a minute, sweetheart. Let me finish checking in first." "But the chocolate might disappear," Lily said, with the grave seriousness only a 7-year-old could muster. "Tommy Parker at school said chocolate fountains run out if you wait too long." Nathan chuckled softly. "I promise there is enough chocolate in that fountain for everyone in this building. It is not going anywhere." What Nathan did not say was that he felt distinctly out of place in this glittering world of champagne and designer gowns. His grey work shirt, faded from too many washes, hung loosely on his lean frame. His hands, still bearing traces of grease from fixing a heating vent earlier that afternoon, looked rough against Lily's small, soft fingers. The corporate tower's lobby had been transformed into a winter wonderland that probably cost more than Nathan earned in a year. White lights cascaded down marble pillars like frozen waterfalls, and the scent of pine and cinnamon filled every corner. A massive Christmas tree stood near the executive elevators, its branches heavy with silver ornaments and golden ribbons. Employees mingled in clusters throughout the space, champagne glasses catching the warm glow as they laughed and celebrated. Nathan moved through the crowd almost invisibly. At 36, he had learned that people in expensive suits rarely noticed the man who emptied their trash cans and fixed their broken fixtures. They saw the janitor, the maintenance worker, the help. They did not see the artist whose fingers had once danced across concert hall stages, whose name had briefly appeared in regional newspapers as a rising talent before everything fell apart. That life felt like it belonged to someone else now, a ghost of a man who had dreams and possibilities stretching out before him like an endless highway. Now Nathan's highway had become a small apartment where the radiator clanked at night, and the community center piano down the street was the only place he allowed himself to play when he thought no one was listening. "Daddy, look at that tree." Lily's voice pulled him back to the present. "It is the biggest tree I have ever seen in my whole life." Nathan knelt down to her level, his heart swelling with the fierce, protective love that had become the center of his existence. Her brown eyes were wide with wonder, reflecting the twinkling lights like tiny stars. She wore her best dress, a simple blue one, with white trim that they had found at a thrift store last month. To Nathan, she looked more beautiful than any woman in designer clothing in this entire building. "Pretty amazing, is it not?" he said, softly. "Do you think Santa knows about this tree? Maybe he will come here first because it is so big." Nathan smiled, tucking a stray curl behind her ear. "I think Santa knows where all the good kids are, no matter what size tree they have. Even kids in small apartments with small trees, especially those kids. Before we continue, please tell us where in the world are you tuning in from? We love seeing how far our stories travel." The party swirled around them as Nathan guided Lily toward the dessert table, keeping to the edges of the crowd where they were less likely to be noticed. He had only brought her tonight because his regular babysitter had cancelled last minute, and he could not afford to miss work during the holiday overtime period. The extra pay would cover Lily's piano lessons for another 3 months. Piano lessons that she insisted on because she wanted to play like Daddy. The thought made his chest ache with a complicated mixture of pride and guilt. He could not give her expensive dresses or private schools or the childhood she deserved, but he could give her music. He could give her that piece of himself that had not completely died when everything else fell apart. "Can I have a strawberry with chocolate on it?" Lily asked, her eyes fixed on the fountain. "Please, Daddy, I will eat all my vegetables tomorrow. I promise." "1 strawberry?" Nathan agreed, and I am holding you to that vegetable promise." As Lily bounced toward the dessert table, Nathan allowed himself a moment to simply watch her. She was the reason he got out of bed every morning. The reason he worked double shifts and skipped meals so she could have new shoes when she outgrew the old ones. The reason he kept going when the weight of grief and lost dreams threatened to crush him. She was his everything. And tonight, surrounded by people who had so much more than they would ever need. Nathan felt the familiar pang of inadequacy. He wanted to give her the world. Instead, he gave her a cramped apartment and a father who was always tired. But he also gave her love, unconditional, boundless love. And sometimes in the quiet moments before she fell asleep, when she would curl against his chest and tell him he was the best daddy in the whole world. Nathan let himself believe that maybe love was enough. Maybe it had to be. Across the grand lobby, elevated on the mezzanine level that overlooked the entire celebration, Victoria Ashford surveyed her domain with the practiced poise of someone born to command rooms. Her ice-blue eyes swept across the crowd, below, cataloguing faces, assessing conversations, measuring the success of an event that bore her company's name. At 34, Victoria had transformed her father's struggling real estate firm into Ashford Holdings, a juggernaut of commercial development that now owned 40% of the city's waterfront. The journey had cost her nearly everything: relationships, friendships, any semblance of a personal life. But the view from the top was exactly as impressive as she had always imagined it would be. Her honey-blonde hair fell in soft waves past her shoulders, catching the warm light from the crystal chandeliers above. The crimson dress she wore was a deliberate choice, a bold V neckline and form-fitting silhouette that hugged every curve and demanded attention without apology. In a room full of safe black dresses and conservative navy suits, Victoria Ashford was impossible to miss. But it was her eyes that truly arrested people. Ice blue and calculating, they seemed to measure every person, every angle, every potential weakness or opportunity. Most found her intimidating. Some called her ruthless behind her back, though never to her face. No one called her soft. The annual Christmas party was as much a strategic event as it was a celebration. Donors mingled with executives. Potential investors rubbed shoulders with board members. Every handshake was an opportunity. Every conversation a chance to strengthen the empire she had built from her father's near-bankrupt foundation. "Miss Ashford, you have outdone yourself this year." Victoria turned to find Gerald Morrison, one of her senior vice presidents, approaching with 2 glasses of champagne. She accepted one with a practiced smile that did not quite reach her eyes. "The event coordinator deserves the credit. I simply sign the checks. Nevertheless, the waterfront project announcement has generated significant interest. 3 new investors approached me tonight alone." "Good. Schedule meetings with all of them for the first week of January." Victoria took a small sip of champagne, her gaze drifting back to the crowd below. Somewhere in that sea of faces was Preston Hayes, her fiancé, though the word felt strange even in her own mind. He was probably networking building connections, playing the political games that came as naturally to him as breathing. Their engagement had been her father's idea, a strategic merger of 2 powerful families that would strengthen Ashford Holdings' position in the private equity market. Victoria had agreed because it made sense on paper and because she had stopped believing in fairy tales a long time ago. 16 years ago, to be exact. She had been 18 then, spending her summer at an elite music academy where her father had sent her to acquire culture and connections. She had arrived expecting boredom and obligation. Instead, she had found Daniel Mercer. Daniel was everything Victoria was not: wild, dark hair, passionate eyes, a laugh that could fill an entire room. He was a piano prodigy, the kind of talent that made you forget to breathe when he played. Where Victoria had been groomed for boardrooms and balance sheets, Daniel had been born for concert halls and standing ovations. He had written her a song that summer, just for her. The memory surfaced unbidden, as it always did this time of year. Daniel's hands moving across the piano keys under a sky full of stars. The melody that seemed to reach inside her chest and touch something she did not know existed. His voice soft and earnest, telling her that the song held everything he felt but could not say. He called it Starlight Promise. 3 weeks after that perfect night, Daniel's car had skidded on a rain-slicked highway. He was gone before the ambulance arrived. The song died with him, or so Victoria had believed for 16 years. She had never heard it played again. She forbade herself from listening to music the way she once had, treating it, instead as background noise, something to fill silence rather than stir emotion. Because if she let herself feel too deeply, if she allowed the grief to crack through the walls she had built, it would swallow her whole. "Miss Ashford Preston is looking for you." Victoria blinked, Gerald's voice pulling her back to the present. She straightened her shoulders, adjusted her expression to the cool confidence the world expected. "Tell him I will be down in a moment." As Gerald departed, Victoria allowed herself one more look at the crowd below. Somewhere in that sea of strangers, a man in a faded grey work shirt was kneeling beside a small girl with dark curls pointing at the Christmas tree, with such tenderness that Victoria felt something shift uncomfortably in her chest. She looked away quickly, disturbed by her own reaction. Tenderness was a luxury she could not afford. Sentiment was a weakness she had trained herself to eliminate. And yet, as she descended the mezzanine stairs to rejoin the party, something about that image lingered in her mind. A father and daughter surrounded by wealth they clearly did not possess, finding wonder in simple Christmas lights. It reminded her of someone she used to be, someone who believed that love was more valuable than any empire, someone she had buried 16 years ago alongside a boy with wild dark hair and a song he never got to finish. Lily had made it exactly 3 feet from the chocolate fountain when disaster struck. She had spotted the perfect strawberry, large and glossy, dipped halfway in dark chocolate, and perched tantalizingly close to the edge of the display. It was just slightly beyond her reach, requiring her to stretch up on her tiptoes and lean forward over the white tablecloth. Almost. Her foot found something wet on the marble floor, champagne probably spilled by a careless guest who had not bothered to notice or clean up. Her ballet flat slipped sideways, her small body pitched forward, and before she could catch herself, Lily went down hard. Her knee cracked against the marble floor with a sound that was small but sharp, cutting through the ambient noise of the party like a blade. For one frozen moment, she simply sat there, stunned, her eyes wide with shock. Then she looked down at her tights, saw the blood seeping through the white fabric, and her face crumpled. "Daddy!" Nathan was across the room in seconds, his heart pounding against his ribs as he dropped to his knees beside her. The crowd parted around them, some guests stepping back with expressions of mild concern, others looking annoyed at the disruption to their evening. "I am here, baby. I am right here. Let me see." He pulled a clean handkerchief from his pocket, one he always carried for moments exactly like this, and pressed it gently against her scraped knee. His hands were steady despite the fear coursing through him, his voice low and soothing, the kind of voice that could calm storms. "It hurts, Daddy. I know, sweetheart. I know it hurts. But you are being so brave. Can you look at me? That is my girl. Keep looking at my eyes." "Okay." Lily's sobs began to quiet into hiccups as Nathan held her, his broad hand cradling the back of her head. His body curved protectively around hers. The bleeding was not serious, just a superficial scrape that had scared her more than it had hurt her. But to a 7-year-old, any amount of blood was terrifying. "You are going to be fine," Nathan murmured against her hair. "We will get this cleaned up and put a bandage on it, and tomorrow you can show all your friends your battle scar." "How does that sound?" Lily sniffled. "Can I say I got it? Fighting a dragon? You can say whatever you want." Before Nathan could lift her to carry her to the restroom, a voice sliced through the moment, like a knife through silk. "Can you control your child?" Nathan looked up to find a man striding toward them, his tailored navy suit immaculate, his jaw tight with barely concealed irritation. Preston Hayes was handsome in a catalogue model way, with perfectly styled chestnut hair and a smile that never quite reached his eyes. Nathan recognized him from the company newsletters, the heir to a private equity fortune recently engaged to Victoria Ashford herself. "This is a corporate event, not a daycare." Preston's voice carried across the immediate area, drawing the attention of nearby guests. "If you cannot afford a babysitter, maybe you should not have brought her." Nathan felt something hot flash through his chest. He kept his voice level with effort, acutely aware of Lily trembling in his arms. "She is 7 years old." She slipped. "It was an accident that would not have happened if you knew your place." Preston's eyes raked over Nathan's work clothes with undisguised contempt. "You are maintenance, are you not? There is a staff entrance for a reason. This party is for employees and their families, not the help." Lily's bottom lip trembled. She pressed her face against Nathan's chest, and something inside him cracked. "I am an employee," Nathan said quietly. "And this is my family." He opened his mouth to say more, to defend his daughter, to tell this arrogant man exactly what he thought of people who looked down on others based on the clothes they wore. But before he could speak, another voice cut through the tension. "You do not have the authority to speak to my employees that way." Victoria Ashford descended the last few steps from the mezzanine with deliberate grace, each footfall measured and purposeful. Her crimson dress caught the light as she moved, and the crowd seemed to part before her like water before a ship's prow. When she reached them, her ice-blue eyes fixed on Preston with a coldness that could frost windows. The entire room had gone silent, everyone watching, sensing that something significant was unfolding. "Ingrid." "I was just," Preston began. "Apologize." The word hung in the air between them. Victoria's expression did not waver, did not soften, did not offer any room for negotiation. "Now." Preston's face flushed crimson, a vein pulsing at his temple. For a moment it seemed like he might argue, might try to justify his cruelty, but something in Victoria's gaze must have warned him against it. "Sorry," he managed through clenched teeth. The word directed more at the floor than at Nathan or Lily. Victoria held his gaze for another long moment, letting the silence stretch until the apology felt as inadequate as it was. Then she turned to Nathan, and for just a moment, her expression softened almost imperceptibly. She saw the way he held his daughter, the care in his touch, the protective fury barely restrained in the set of his shoulders. Something about the image triggered a feeling she could not name, a recognition that seemed to come from somewhere deep and long buried. "Take care of your daughter, Victoria," said gently. "The first aid kit is in the executive lounge, 5th floor. Take the private elevator." She gestured toward the brass doors behind the reception desk, her voice quiet enough that only Nathan could hear. "Thank you." Nathan managed his throat too tight for anything more. He gathered Lily into his arms and carried her toward the elevator, the crowd parting to let them pass. Behind him, he could hear the party slowly resuming conversations, picking up again, glasses clinking, the machinery of social interaction grinding back into motion. But he also heard Preston's voice, low and dangerous. "We will discuss this later, Ingrid." And Victoria's response sharp as broken glass. "Yes, we will." By the time Nathan and Lily returned to the party an hour later, her knee properly bandaged and her spirits restored by hot chocolate and cookies, provided by a kind executive assistant named Margaret. The celebration had grown louder and more boisterous. The champagne was flowing freely now, and the careful corporate restraint of the early evening had given way to genuine holiday cheer. Someone had opened the piano. Nathan noticed it immediately the way he always noticed pianos in any room he entered. It was a vintage Steinway, grand, beautiful, and clearly expensive, usually sitting covered and silent in the corner like a piece of furniture rather than an instrument. Tonight the cover had been removed, and a small crowd had gathered around it. A tipsy accountant was seated at the bench playing 3 chords with more enthusiasm than skill, while his colleagues laughed and requested Christmas songs he clearly did not know how to play. "Daddy, look." Lily tugged Nathan toward the instrument, her earlier trauma apparently forgotten in the excitement of seeing a piano up close. "Can you play?" she asked, her eyes bright with hope. "Just one song so I can sleep. My knee still hurts a little, and music always makes the hurting go away." Nathan hesitated. His fingers twitched at his sides. Muscle memory responding to the sight of black and white keys even as his mind resisted. He had not played publicly in years. The accident, the one that had shattered more than just his wife's car, had broken something in his soul as well. It had made him afraid to touch the keys in front of anyone who might judge, who might remember what he used to be, who might see what he had become. "Please, Daddy." Lily's voice was soft, tired. "Just the sleepy song. The one Mommy used to like." Nathan's chest constricted. The sleepy song. That is what Lily called it, because he used to play it when she could not sleep. She did not know where it came from. She did not know that it was the only piece of original music he had ever written that still meant something to him. She did not know that it was connected to a boy who had died 16 years ago, and a secret Nathan had carried alone ever since. The memories came flooding back despite his efforts to hold them at bay. 16 years ago, Thornwood Summer Music Academy. The best summer of his life followed immediately by the worst week. He and Daniel Mercer had been roommates, best friends, brothers in everything but blood. They had bonded over their shared love of music, spending long nights in the practice rooms, playing for each other, pushing each other to be better. Daniel had the charisma, the star power, the natural magnetism that made everyone stop and stare. Nathan was quieter, more comfortable in the shadows, but his compositions, his ability to translate emotion into melody, that was where his true gift lay. One night, 3 weeks before the summer ended, Daniel had burst into their cabin, breathless with excitement. "There is this girl, Nathan. Victoria. She is the most beautiful person I have ever seen. When she looks at me, I forget how to breathe. I think I love her." Nathan had smiled at his friend's enthusiasm. "So tell her, I do not know how. I am better with music than words. I tried to write something for her, but everything I compose sounds wrong. It does not say what I feel." They had stayed up all night in the practice room, Nathan at the piano, Daniel pacing behind him, trying to articulate the emotions he wanted to express. And somewhere in the small hours of the morning, Nathan's fingers had found the melody. 8 bars that grew into 16, a bridge that soared, an ending that lingered like a whispered promise. He called it Starlight Promise because Daniel had said Victoria's eyes reminded him of stars. "It is perfect," Daniel had breathed when Nathan played it through for the first time. "It is everything I feel but cannot say. Nathan, you are a genius." "Play it for her," Nathan had said, sliding the sheet music across the piano. "Tell her it is from your heart." Daniel had hugged him so tightly that Nathan could barely breathe. "You are the best friend I have ever had. I will never forget this. I will never forget you." 3 weeks later, Daniel's car had skidded on a rain-slicked highway while he was driving back to campus after a weekend visit home. He was dead before the ambulance arrived. And the song, Nathan's song, became Daniel's legacy. The last beautiful thing he ever created, or so everyone believed. Nathan had considered telling the truth after the funeral. But what would have been the point? Daniel was gone. The song was the only piece of him Victoria had left. How could Nathan take that from her? So he had kept silent. Let the secret die with his best friend. Never played Starlight Promise again. Until tonight. Daddy Lily's voice pulled him back to the present. She was looking up at him with those brown eyes that were so much like her mother's, tired and hopeful and trusting. He looked at the piano, at the crowd of tipsy executives who had no idea that a janitor among them had once been called a prodigy, at the brass doors of the elevator where Victoria Ashford had shown him unexpected kindness. It was Christmas Eve. His daughter had been brave about her scraped knee. She was tired and her knee still hurt, and she wanted the song that always made everything better. How could he say no? "Okay, baby," Nathan heard himself say. Just one song. He made his way through the crowd. Lily's hand in his and the tipsy accountant at the piano looked up with surprise and relief. "All yours, buddy. I was just keeping the seat warm." Nathan sat down at the bench, his heart hammering against his ribs. The ivory keys gleamed in the light from the Christmas tree, familiar and terrifying all at once. His hands hovered over them, trembling slightly. Then Lily climbed up beside him, tucking herself against his side, her head resting against his arm. And somehow that small weight grounded him, reminded him of why he was here, why he did everything he did. For her. Always for her. Nathan's fingers found the keys, and Starlight Promise filled the grand lobby of Ashford Holdings for the first time in 16 years. The melody rose through the air like something alive, delicate and achingly beautiful. Nearby conversations faltered. Champagne glasses paused halfway to lips. One by one, heads turned toward the corner where a janitor in a faded work shirt was playing a vintage Steinway with the skill of a concert pianist. But Nathan did not notice the growing silence. He was lost in the music, in the memories, in the bittersweet beauty of a song he had written when he still believed in the power of love to transcend anything. Across the lobby, Victoria Ashford had been making polite conversation with a potential investor when the first notes reached her ears. She stopped mid-sentence. The champagne glass slipped from her fingers and shattered against the marble floor, but she did not notice, did not care. She knew this melody, every note, every phrase, every breath between the measures. It was the song Daniel had written for her, the song he had played under a sky full of stars, whispering that it held everything he felt but could not say. The song that had died with him on a rain-slicked highway 16 years ago. The song that had sustained her through the darkest moments of her grief. And now a janitor, a complete stranger, was playing it note for note. Victoria moved toward the piano, as if pulled by an invisible force, the crowd parting before her without question. Her hands were trembling. Her heart was tearing open. Because the man who wrote that song was dead. So why could he play it? She reached the piano just as Nathan played the final notes. The melody lingered in the air for a moment, then faded into silence. The crowd burst into applause, but Victoria did not hear it. She was staring at the man on the piano bench, at his calloused hands, still resting on the keys, at his daughter tucked sleepily against his side. Their eyes met. His were filled with years of hidden grief. Hers were filled with shock, confusion, and a desperate need to understand. The applause died away as people sensed that something profound was happening. Something that went far beyond a janitor playing an unexpected, beautiful song. "Where did you learn that song?" Victoria's voice came out barely above a whisper, cracked and raw with emotion. Nathan's throat constricted. He saw the pain in her eyes, recognized it as the mirror of his own. After 16 years, the secret he had buried was clawing its way out of the grave. "It is a long story," he managed. "I have time." Victoria's voice broke. "That song, Daniel wrote it for me. And Daniel died 16 years ago." Lily had fallen asleep against Nathan's arm, her breathing soft and even. He looked down at his daughter, then back at the woman standing before him. The woman Daniel had loved. The woman Nathan had written a song for without ever meeting her. Daniel did not write it. Nathan whispered so quietly that only Victoria could hear. "I did." The words hung in the air between them like a held breath. Victoria's face went white, and the world, as both of them had known it, began to shift on its axis. "We need to talk." Victoria's voice was steady despite the earthquake happening inside her chest. She glanced around at the curious faces watching them, at the whispers already beginning to spread through the crowd. "Not here," she added. "Follow me." Nathan looked down at Lily, who was still sleeping peacefully against his arm, her small chest rising and falling with each breath. He gathered her carefully, cradling her against his shoulder, and stood. Victoria led him through the lobby, past the staring executives and the murmuring guests toward the private elevator she had mentioned earlier. She pressed her palm against the scanner, and the brass doors slid open silently. They rode up to the 5th floor without speaking. The elevator was lined with mirrors, and Nathan caught glimpses of their reflections, Victoria in her stunning crimson dress, him in his faded work shirt, his sleeping daughter between them. They looked like they belonged to different worlds. Because they did. Victoria's corner office was all glass and steel, with floor-to-ceiling windows that overlooked the glittering city below. She gestured toward a leather sofa against one wall. "You can put her there. She will be comfortable." Nathan laid Lily down gently, tucking his jacket around her like a blanket. She stirred slightly, mumbled something about dragons, then settled back into sleep. When he turned around, Victoria was standing by the windows, her arms wrapped around herself, as if she were cold. The confident CEO from the lobby was gone. In her place was a woman who looked like her entire world had just been upended. "Tell me everything," she said quietly, "from the beginning." Nathan took a breath. This was the moment he had avoided for 16 years, the confession he had never planned to make. But looking at Victoria, now seeing the raw pain in her eyes, he could not bring himself to lie. "Daniel and I were roommates at Thornwood," he began. "Summer of 2009. We were both there on music scholarships, both 17 years old, both convinced we were going to change the world with our talent." Victoria turned to face him, her ice-blue eyes fixed on his face. Daniel was magnetic, charismatic, the kind of person everyone wanted to be around. I was quieter, more comfortable in the practice rooms than at the social events, but we clicked from the first day. Best friends, brothers. Nathan moved to stand by the opposite window, putting distance between them, as if that would make the truth easier to deliver. One night, about 3 weeks before the summer ended, Daniel came back to our cabin completely beside himself. He told me there was a girl, Victoria. He said you were the most beautiful person he had ever seen, that when you looked at him he forgot how to breathe. He said he thought he was in love. Victoria's hand went to her mouth. He wanted to tell you how he felt, but he did not have the words. Music was his language, so he tried to compose something for you, but nothing he wrote sounded right. It did not capture what he felt. Nathan's voice grew thick with memory. So I stayed up all night in the practice room with him. He paced and talked about you while I sat at the piano, trying to translate his feelings into melody. And somewhere around 3 in the morning I found it. 8 bars that grew into 16, a bridge that soared, an ending that lingered. He called it Starlight Promise. Nathan continued, because he said your eyes reminded him of stars. Victoria's tears were falling freely now, leaving tracks through her carefully applied makeup. I gave him the sheet music the next morning, told him to play it for you, to tell you it was from his heart. Nathan's jaw tightened. He hugged me and said he would never forget me. 3 weeks later, he was dead. The silence that followed was heavy enough to have weight. "Why did you not say anything?" Victoria whispered. "After he died, at the funeral, in all these years, why did you not tell anyone the truth?" Nathan finally turned to meet her eyes. "Because you were grieving. Because everyone was grieving. And the song was the only piece of Daniel you had left. It was his gift to you, his declaration of love. How could I take that away? How could I stand up and say, 'Actually, I wrote that when it would only have added to your pain'?" He shook his head slowly. So I kept silent. Let the secret stay buried with him. Never played Starlight Promise again. Never told anyone what really happened. Until tonight. Victoria sank into the chair behind her desk, her legs apparently unable to support her any longer. For 16 years, she said, her voice distant, hollow. For 16 years, I believed that song was Daniel's final gift to me. I played a recording of it at his funeral. I listened to it on every anniversary of his death. It was the only thing that got me through the first year of grief. Nathan said nothing. There was nothing to say. I built walls around myself because of that song, Victoria continued. I told myself that if Daniel could love me, that purely, that beautifully, then I did not need to let anyone else in. The song was proof that real love existed even if I would never have it again. She looked up at Nathan, her expression somewhere between devastation and wonder. "And now you are telling me that the song that sustained me for 16 years was not from Daniel at all. It was from a stranger, a man I have never met." Nathan's throat was so tight he could barely speak. "I am sorry," he managed. "I never meant to cause you more pain. I never meant for any of this to happen." Victoria was quiet for a long moment. Then she said something that surprised them both. "Do not apologize. Do not apologize for writing something that saved my life." Nathan blinked. "What?" "That song Starlight Promise, whatever its origin. It was the only thing that kept me going after Daniel died. It gave me a reason to believe that beauty could exist even in the darkest moments." She stood moving toward him slowly. "I do not know how to feel right now. I do not know if I am angry or grateful or heartbroken all over again. But I know one thing." She stopped a few feet away, close enough that Nathan could see the vulnerability beneath her Ice Queen armor. The man who wrote that song, who could translate pure emotion into melody like that, he is not just a janitor pushing a mop through my building. He is something extraordinary. Nathan looked away, uncomfortable with the praise. "I am not extraordinary. I am just a man trying to take care of his daughter." Victoria shook her head. "No, you are more than that. And I want to know how someone with your gift ended up cleaning floors in my building. Have you ever discovered a truth that changed everything you believed? Drop a comment below. Sometimes the hardest revelations lead to the most beautiful beginnings." Nathan moved to the window, putting his back to Victoria as he stared out at the city lights below. The question she had asked was one he usually avoided. But tonight in this office above the world, with his secret finally revealed, he found himself wanting to answer. "It is a long story," he said quietly. "I already told you." Victoria's voice was gentle now, stripped of its usual authority. "I have time." Nathan was silent for a moment, gathering the pieces of a past he rarely allowed himself to examine. "After Thornwood, I went to Juilliard. Full scholarship. Everyone expected great things. My professors said I had the potential to be one of the greats, that I could play at Carnegie Hall by 30. He laughed bitterly. I believed them. I was young and arrogant enough to think the world owed me something because I could make people cry with a piano. What happened? I met Claire. Nathan's voice softened around his wife's name the way it always did. She was a nursing student at Columbia. We bumped into each other at a coffee shop near campus, literally bumped into each other. I spilled my coffee all over her textbooks, spent the next 2 hours apologizing and buying her replacements. Victoria found herself smiling despite the heaviness of the moment. She was nothing like the women I was supposed to date. Nathan continued. The music world was full of socialites and patrons who saw performers as accessories. Claire did not care about any of that. She just saw me. The real me, not the prodigy or the rising star. You loved her, more than anything. We got married right after graduation. I started touring regionally, building a reputation. She worked night shifts at a hospital downtown. We had a cramped apartment that was always too hot in summer and too cold in winter, but it felt like a palace because we were together. Nathan's hands clenched at his sides. Then Lily came along, and suddenly every ambition I had ever had seemed insignificant compared to this tiny person who needed me. Victoria watched him silently, sensing that the story was about to take a darker turn. Claire went back to work when Lily was 2. I stayed home with the baby during the day, practiced at night, took whatever performing gigs I could fit around our schedule. It was not the path to Carnegie Hall, but I did not care. I had everything that mattered. Nathan's voice dropped. 4 years ago, Claire was driving home from a night shift. It was February. Cold. The roads were icy but manageable. She had driven that route 1,000 times. He stopped, and Victoria saw his shoulders tighten. A truck ran a red light 3 blocks from our apartment. The driver had been on the road for 20 hours. He fell asleep at the wheel. Victoria's hand went to her chest. Claire was dead before the ambulance arrived. I was at home teaching Lily to play Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star on a keyboard I had bought at a yard sale. The phone rang at 2:47 MA. I remember the exact time because the clock on the wall seemed to freeze when I heard the words. Nathan finally turned to face Victoria, and she saw that his eyes were wet. I lost everything that night. Claire was my whole world. My partner, my best friend, the person who believed in me when I could not believe in myself. Without her, music became meaningless. Every note reminded me of her. Every melody felt like a wound. He wiped his eyes roughly. I sold my piano to pay for the funeral. My beautiful grand piano that Claire had saved for 3 years to buy me as a wedding gift. I sold it for 1/4 of what it was worth because I could not bear to look at it any more. Victoria felt her own tears threatening to fall. What about your career? Nathan laughed, but there was no humor in it. What career? I stopped performing. Stopped composing. Stopped everything except surviving. Lily needed a father. She needed stability, health insurance, someone who would be there when she woke up in the morning. I could not give her that by chasing a dream that had already died. He gestured at his faded work shirt. So I took the first job I could find that offered regular hours and benefits. Janitorial work at Ashford Holdings. I have been pushing a mop through your building for 3.5 years. The irony of it twisted his lips into a bitter smile. I spend my days fixing things for people who have more than they will ever need while my own life stays broken. But I show up every day because that is what fathers do. That is what Claire would have wanted me to do. On the couch, Lily stirred in her sleep. Both adults froze, watching her. She mumbled something about chocolate fountains, then settled back into stillness. She does not know about any of this, Nathan said softly. She knows her mommy died. She knows Daddy used to play piano professionally. But she does not know about the selling of the piano, the grief, the despair. I have tried to shield her from the worst of it. He looked at Victoria, his expression raw and unguarded. She is the reason I am still standing. Every time I want to give up, every time the weight of everything gets too heavy, I look at her face and remember that I have to keep going. She is counting on me. Victoria stood and walked slowly toward him. Your wife sounds like she was an incredible woman. She was. She would have liked you, actually. She always said she could tell when someone was wearing armor. She would have seen right through yours. Victoria stopped a foot away from him. I am sorry, she said, for everything you have been through, for every assumption I might have made about the man in the work shirt who cleans my building. I should have known better. Nathan shook his head. You could not have known. That is the whole point. People see what they expect to see. A janitor. A CEO. We put each other in boxes because it is easier than seeing the whole complicated truth. A soft voice interrupted them. Daddy. They both turned. Lily was sitting up on the couch, rubbing her eyes with small fists. Are you telling your sad story again? Nathan went to her, immediately kneeling beside the couch. How do you know about my sad story? I hear you sometimes, Lily said with the matter-of-fact honesty of childhood. At night, when you think I am sleeping. You talk to Mommy's picture and sometimes you cry. Nathan's throat closed up completely. But it is okay, Daddy. Lily reached out and patted his cheek. Mommy would want you to share it. She always said sad stories need to breathe too. Remember, if you keep them locked up inside, they turn into monsters. But if you let them out, they just become clouds that float away. Nathan pulled his daughter into his arms, holding her tight. When did you get so wise, little one? I learned from watching you. Victoria watched this exchange with tears streaming down her face, making no effort to hide them. This child, this beautiful, innocent child who had lost her mother at 3 years old, who lived in a cramped apartment with a father who worked double shifts just to keep the lights on, who had somehow learned to comfort instead of being comforted. This was what love looked like. Not board meetings and strategic mergers. Not crimson dresses and corner offices. Just a father and daughter holding each other in the middle of the night, reminding each other that they were not alone. For the first time in 16 years, Victoria Ashford felt the walls around her heart begin to crack. The hour that followed was unlike anything Victoria had experienced in years. She ordered food from the building's overnight catering service, simple things like sandwiches and fruit that Lily could eat when she woke properly. Nathan protested that she did not need to do that, but Victoria waved away his objections with a firmness that surprised even her. You have been working all day, your daughter scraped her knee, and you just relived what sounds like the worst years of your life. The least I can do is provide a sandwich. They sat on opposite ends of the leather sofa, while Lily dozed between them, Nathan's jacket still serving as her blanket. The conversation drifted away from heavy topics, settling into something lighter. Nathan talked about Lily's obsession with dragons and her recent discovery that butterflies were actually caterpillars that transformed a concept that had blown her 7-year-old mind. She asked me if people could transform too, Nathan said, with a soft laugh. If we could wrap ourselves in blankets and come out different. What did you tell her that some people do? That the transformation just takes longer and does not involve wings. Although sometimes it feels like it should. Victoria smiled. It was a real smile, not the practiced one she used in boardrooms. It transformed her face in a way that made Nathan's breath catch. She told me about Thornwood, about the girl she used to be before grief had hardened her, about the summers she spent reading poetry under willow trees and believing that love could conquer anything, about the moment she got the phone call telling her Daniel was dead and how something inside her had simply shut down. I stopped feeling things, Victoria admitted. It was easier than feeling everything. So I buried myself in work, built this empire as armor against the world. Agreed to marry a man I do not love because my father said it was strategic. She looked at Nathan, vulnerability flickering in her ice-blue eyes. I have spent 16 years making decisions based on logic and advantage. Not once in all that time did I choose something just because I wanted it. Not once did I let myself want anything at all. Nathan was quiet for a moment. That sounds exhausting. It is. Victoria's laugh was brittle. I am so tired, Nathan. Tired of being the ice queen. Tired of measuring every conversation for potential weakness. Tired of waking up every morning and putting on armor before I have even had coffee. Then stop. The words hung in the air between them. It is not that simple, Victoria said. Is it not? Nathan leaned forward slightly. I used to think grief was this monster that would swallow me whole if I let my guard down for even a second. So I kept running, kept working, kept pushing forward because stopping meant falling apart. He gestured at Lily, still sleeping peacefully between them. But then I realized something. You cannot outrun grief. You cannot work hard enough to make it disappear. The only way past it is through it. You have to let yourself feel even when it hurts, especially when it hurts. Victoria's eyes were glistening. What if I have forgotten how? You have not. You just buried it deep. Nathan's voice was gentle. I saw you tonight when you stood up to Preston, when you defended me and Lily without even knowing who we were. That was not strategy. That was instinct. That was the person you really are trying to break through the armor. Victoria was silent for a long moment, processing his words. How did you do it? She asked finally. How did you survive losing Claire? I did not at first. Nathan's voice was rough with honesty. For months after she died, I was just going through the motions. Wake up, take care of Lily, go to work, come home, repeat. I was not living. I was just existing. What changed? One night, about 6 months after the accident, Lily could not sleep. She was having nightmares about monsters under her bed. I was so exhausted, so empty that I almost told her to just deal with it. Almost turned over and went back to sleep. He shook his head slowly. But I did not. I got up. I went to her room. I held her while she cried, and then I made up a story about a brave princess who fought dragons with a magical sword made of starlight. Nathan's eyes grew distant with memory. She fell asleep in my arms with a smile on her face. And in that moment I realized something. I could not save Claire. I could not bring her back. But I could be there for Lily. I could be the father she needed even if I was broken. Even if I was barely holding together. He looked at Victoria. That is what kept me going. Not some grand revelation or miraculous healing, just showing up. Every single day choosing to be present for someone who needed me. Lily stirred at that moment, her eyes fluttering open. Daddy, is it morning? Not yet, sweetheart. Go back to sleep. But Lily had noticed Victoria watching her with an expression that was hard to read. Miss Victoria, are you okay? Your eyes look sad. Victoria blinked, startled by the child's directness. I am okay, sweetie. Just thinking about some things. Lily sat up, rubbing her eyes. Sometimes when I am sad, Daddy plays me music, and it helps. She looked at her father. Maybe you could play something for Miss Victoria. Nathan hesitated, glancing at Victoria. I think Miss Victoria might prefer quiet right now, baby. But Victoria surprised them both. Actually, she said softly, I think I would like that, very much. Victoria did not sleep that night. After Nathan and Lily had finally left, after she had sent them home in a company car with instructions for the driver to make sure they got inside safely, Victoria sat alone in her darkened office and tried to make sense of everything that had happened. The song that had sustained her for 16 years was not from Daniel. It was from Nathan Cole, a janitor, a widower, a man who had written a melody so beautiful it had changed the course of her life and then had kept silent about it for 16 years to protect the memory of a dead friend. Part of her wanted to believe him, the part that had watched him hold his daughter with such tenderness, that had heard the grief in his voice when he spoke about his wife, that had seen the tears in his eyes when he talked about selling his piano. But another part of her, the part that had built an empire on skepticism and verification, needed proof. As dawn broke over the city, Victoria began her research. She found the archives from Thornwood Summer Music Academy online records of enrollment and faculty from the summer of 2009. Daniel Mercer and Nathan Cole had indeed been students that year, both on full scholarships, both listed as piano majors. But more importantly, she found a name that made her heart race: Professor Theodore Banks, the composition instructor from that summer. A quick search revealed that he was still alive, 87 years old, retired, living in a small town about 2 hours outside the city. Victoria called her assistant at 7 a.m. "Cancel all my meetings today. I need to take a personal day." Margaret's shock was audible even through the phone. "Miss Ashford, you do not take personal days. I am taking one now." 2 hours later, Victoria pulled her Mercedes up to a small cottage surrounded by an overgrown garden. The house was modest but charming, with wind chimes on the porch and a faded American flag by the door. She rang the bell and waited. The man who answered was frail but sharp-eyed, with a shock of white hair and the kind of face that had seen decades of students come and go. He looked at Victoria's designer clothes and expensive car with mild curiosity, but no judgment. "Can I help you, Professor Banks? I am Victoria Ashford. I was a student at Thornwood in 2009. I was hoping I could ask you some questions about that summer." Something flickered in his eyes. Recognition, perhaps, or memory. "You are Victoria," he said slowly. "The girl Daniel Mercer was in love with." Victoria's breath caught. "Yes." "Come in, then. I have been wondering when someone would come asking about that summer." The cottage's interior was exactly what Victoria would have expected from a retired music professor. Books everywhere, a grand piano, taking up most of the living room, framed photographs of students spanning decades. Professor Banks led her to a sitting area and lowered himself carefully into an armchair. "You are here about Starlight Promise," he said. It was not a question. Victoria nodded, her throat tight. "I remember that song vividly." Professor Banks continued, "It was the most beautiful piece of original composition I heard in 40 years of teaching. The melody line alone was extraordinary, but the emotional depth, that was something you could not teach. That came from pure, raw talent." He looked at Victoria steadily. "Daniel Mercer did not write it." Victoria's world tilted. "I know," she whispered. Professor Banks nodded slowly. "Daniel was a wonderful performer, charismatic, passionate, gifted at interpretation, but composition was never his strength. He struggled in my class all summer, could not seem to translate his emotions into original work." He rose creakily and moved to an old filing cabinet in the corner. But Nathan Cole, now there was a composer. Quiet boy, always in the shadows, but when he sat down at the piano to play his own work, everyone stopped breathing. The professor pulled out a worn folder and brought it back to Victoria. "I kept the best student compositions from each year. Call it sentimentality. Here." He handed her a sheet of paper yellowed with age. Victoria's hands trembled as she took it. The title at the top read, "Starlight Promise." The handwriting was different from Daniel's, more careful, more deliberate, and in the margin in faded pencil were words that made her heart stop. For Daniel to give to the girl with blue eyes. "This is Nathan's handwriting." Professor Banks confirmed. He gave the song to Daniel, told him to play it for you, to tell you it was from his heart. "I knew because Nathan had shown me the piece a few days earlier, asking for feedback." Tears streamed down Victoria's face as she stared at the paper. After Daniel died, Professor Banks continued, "I expected Nathan to come forward, to claim the song as his own, It was his finest work, after all, his masterpiece. But he never did. Why not? The professor's old eyes were kind, because he loved his friend more than he loved recognition, because he knew that the song had become Daniel's legacy, and he could not bear to tarnish that. It was the most selfless thing I have ever seen a young person do. Victoria clutched the paper to her chest, feeling 16 years of carefully constructed reality crumble around her. What happened to him? She asked. Nathan, I mean. After that summer. The professor shook his head sadly. I do not know. I wrote him a letter of recommendation for Juilliard, heard he was doing well for a few years. Then he just disappeared from the music world. I always wondered what happened to that talented young man. Victoria thought about Nathan in his faded work shirt, pushing a mop through the building she owned. I think she said slowly that life happened, the way it always does. She stayed for another hour looking at photographs from that summer, hearing stories about Daniel and Nathan and the friendship that had produced something beautiful. When she finally left, Professor Banks pressed the original sheet music into her hands. Take it, he said. It belongs with someone who understands what it means. As Victoria drove back to the city, the paper on the seat beside her, she thought about everything she had learned. About Daniel, who had taken credit for a gift given in friendship. About Nathan, who had kept silent for 16 years to protect a memory. About herself, who had built an empire on the foundation of a lie she had not known was a lie. The truth was undeniable now, and she had no idea what to do with it. Victoria arrived back at her apartment to find Preston waiting. He was sitting in her living room, having apparently used the spare key she had given him months ago, his tailored suit jacket draped over the arm of her sofa, a glass of her expensive whiskey in his hand. Where have you been? His tone was casual, but his eyes were cold. Out, Victoria said shortly. It is not your concern. Preston set down the whiskey and stood moving toward her with the deliberate grace of a predator. It is my concern when my fiancé disappears for an entire day without explanation. We have a wedding to plan, Ingrid, meetings with caterers and photographers and venue coordinators. You cannot just vanish whenever you feel like it. Victoria felt something twist in her stomach. The engagement ring on her finger suddenly felt heavy wrong. Something came up, she said. Something important. More important than our future. Victoria met his eyes directly. Yes. Actually, it was. Something dangerous flickered across Preston's face. The handsome facade cracked for just a moment, revealing the coldness beneath. This is about that janitor, is it not? Victoria's breath caught. What, do not insult my intelligence? Preston's voice was quiet, controlled, infinitely more threatening than shouting would have been. I have sources everywhere in that building. I know you spent hours alone with him in your office last night. I know you sent him home in a company car. I know you took a personal day today, which you have never done in your entire career. He stepped closer, close enough that Victoria could smell the whiskey on his breath. So I will ask again. What exactly is going on with you and the maintenance worker? Victoria's chin lifted. His name is Nathan Cole, and what happened between us is none of your business. Everything about you is my business. Preston's mask slipped further, revealing something ugly beneath. We are engaged. Our wedding is in 5 weeks. Do you have any idea what it would do to my reputation, to our family's reputations, if people found out my fiancé was carrying on with the help I am not carrying on with anyone? Victoria's voice was ice. Nathan is a person, a talented, extraordinary person who has been through more pain than you could possibly imagine, and I will not apologize for treating him with basic human decency. Basic human decency. Preston laughed, but there was no humor in it. You defended him in public. You humiliated me in front of the entire company. for a janitor and his brat daughter." The word brat ignited something in Victoria. "Get out! Excuse me, get out of my apartment, now!" Preston's expression shifted. The anger was still there, but calculation was creeping in alongside it. "Think very carefully about what you are doing, Ingrid," he said softly. "This merger our engagement. It is not just about us. Your father has invested everything in this union. The board expects it. Investors are counting on the stability it represents." He picked up his jacket, sliding it on with deliberate slowness. "If you back out now, there will be consequences. I have connections, information leverage. Your father and I have spent months positioning this merger for maximum impact." His smile was cold. "You will walk down that aisle, Ingrid, or you will lose everything." He left without another word, the door clicking shut behind him with a sound of finality. Victoria stood alone in her apartment, her heart pounding, her hands shaking with a combination of rage and fear. Preston was right about one thing. Backing out of this engagement would have consequences. Her father would be furious. The board might question her judgment. The carefully constructed image she had built over 16 years could crumble. But standing there in the silence of her empty apartment, Victoria realized something. For the first time in 16 years, she wanted something for herself. Not for the company, not for her father, not for strategic advantage or shareholder value. She wanted to know Nathan Cole. She wanted to understand the man who had written a song so beautiful it had changed her life. She wanted to see where this unexpected connection might lead. It was terrifying. It went against everything she had been taught about power and control and never showing weakness. But it was also the most alive she had felt since a boy with wild, dark hair had played her a song under the stars. Victoria took off her engagement ring and set it on the counter. Then she picked up her phone and found Nathan's employee file. Saturday afternoon found Victoria driving through a part of the city she had never visited before. The neighborhood was modest older buildings, with faded paint and small yards, a far cry from the gleaming towers and manicured parks of her usual world. But there was something charming about it too, something lived in and real that her penthouse apartment had never possessed. She had found Nathan's address in his employee file, but when she reached his building, the elderly woman watering plants on the stoop told her he was not home. "Try the community center." 2 blocks over, the woman said, studying Victoria's expensive clothes with curious but not unfriendly eyes. "He teaches piano there on Saturdays." Victoria thanked her and walked, leaving her Mercedes parked on the street, like a beacon from another world. The community center was a small building with peeling paint and a basketball court out front where teenagers were playing a noisy game. But through the open windows, Victoria could hear something beautiful, the sound of a piano, played with skill and passion that seemed impossible in such humble surroundings. She entered quietly, following the music down a narrow hallway to a room at the back. What she found there made her stop in the doorway, tears unexpectedly stinging her eyes. Nathan sat at an old upright piano surrounded by 5 children of varying ages. He was teaching them basic scales, his hands demonstrating the finger positions, while his voice offered patient encouragement. "Good, Marcus. Now try it again a little slower this time. Remember, it is not about speed. It is about feeling each note." A boy of about 10, gangly and uncertain, tried the scale again. This time the notes came out cleaner, more deliberate. "That is it," Nathan said, and the smile on his face was the most beautiful thing Victoria had ever seen. "That is exactly it. Did you feel the difference?" The boy nodded, grinning with pride. In the front row of the small audience of parents and siblings, Lily sat watching her father with adoration in her eyes. She wore a dress that was clearly second-hand, but clean and neat, her dark curls pulled back with a ribbon that did not quite match. Victoria watched from the doorway as Nathan moved from student to student, offering praise and gentle corrections, treating each child's effort as worthy of respect, regardless of skill level. He was not just teaching them to play piano, he was teaching them that their voices mattered, that making music was within their reach. This was what he had given up. Concert halls and standing ovations replaced by a run-down community center and children who would never have afforded lessons any other way. And he seemed genuinely happy. The lesson ended with each child playing something they had learned from a simple 5-note melody to a recognizable rendition of a pop song. Parents applauded, children beamed, and Nathan stood to the side, his pride in their accomplishments evident in every line of his face. As the families filed out, Lily spotted Victoria in the doorway. "Miss Victoria." She ran over with the boundless energy of childhood. "Did you come to hear Daddy teach?" "I did," Victoria said, kneeling down to the girl's level. "He is very good at it, is he not?" "He is the best teacher in the whole world," Lily said with absolute conviction. "He says everyone can learn music if someone believes in them enough." Nathan had noticed Victoria now. He approached slowly, surprise and something else, maybe hope, flickering in his eyes. "Miss Ashford, I did not expect to see you here." Victoria straightened, suddenly conscious of how out of place she looked in her designer clothes. "I hope I am not intruding. I just needed to see you." She reached into her bag and pulled out the sheet of paper she had carried with her since leaving Professor Banks' cottage. "I found him," she said quietly. "Professor Banks. He gave me this." Nathan took the paper and his face went pale when he recognized his own handwriting. The original, he breathed. Victoria nodded. "He told me everything. About how you wrote it. About how you gave it to Daniel. About how you kept silent for 16 years because you did not want to tarnish his memory." Nathan was quiet for a long moment, staring at the faded notes on the page. "I was not trying to be noble," he said finally. "I just could not bear to add to anyone's grief. Daniel was gone. The song was all you had left of him. What good would the truth have done if this story is touching your heart? Let me know by hitting that like button. Your support helps us bring more stories like this to you." Victoria stepped closer. "The truth matters, Nathan. It always matters. And the truth is that you wrote something so beautiful it changed the course of my life. You deserve credit for that." Nathan shook his head. "I do not want credit. I never did." "Then what do you want?" The question hung in the air between them. Nathan looked at her, at this woman who had descended from her tower to find him in a run-down community center, who had driven 2 hours to verify his story, who was looking at him not with pity, but with something that looked almost like wonder. "Right now," he said softly, "I just want to play you something. Something that is not Starlight Promise. Something new." Nathan led Victoria to the piano bench, gesturing for her to sit beside him. Lily had already claimed a table in the corner where she was happily coloring in a book of butterflies she had brought from home. Every few minutes she would look up to check that the adults were still there, then return to her artwork with the focused intensity of a 7-year-old on a mission. The old upright was slightly out of tune, its keys yellowed with age. But when Nathan's fingers touched them, they produced something unexpectedly beautiful. "This one does not have a name yet," Nathan said, beginning to play. "I have been working on it for a few months. It is about—" He paused, his hands finding a gentle, contemplative melody. "It is about learning to live again after you think you have lost everything." Victoria listened as the music washed over her. It was different from Starlight Promise. Deeper, somehow. More complex. There were moments of darkness in it, passages that seemed to stumble and search. But there were also moments of light phrases that lifted and soared like someone remembering how to hope. When he finished, the silence felt sacred. "That was beautiful," Victoria whispered. Nathan stared at the keys. I have not played it for anyone else. I was not sure it was ready. I am not sure I was ready. Why play it for me? Nathan finally looked at her. Because you are the first person in 4 years who has looked at me and seen something other than what I have become. You see what I used to be, what I might still be capable of. Victoria felt tears threatening again. She had cried more in the last 48 hours than in the previous decade. Tell me about Daniel, she said quietly. Not about the song, about him. I realize I spent all those years grieving a memory, and I am not sure the memory was even real. Nathan's expression softened. Daniel was one of the best people I have ever known. Genuine, kind, impossibly talented. When he walked into a room, everyone turned to look, not just because he was handsome, but because there was something magnetic about him. He made you feel like you were the only person in the world when he talked to you. He really loved you, Nathan continued. He talked about you constantly that summer. Your laugh, your eyes, the way you rolled your eyes when someone said something pretentious. He was completely gone for you from the moment he saw you. Victoria smiled sadly. I was gone for him too. I thought at 18 that I had found the love of my life. You had, in a way. Nathan's voice was gentle. First loves are real, even if they do not last. Daniel loved you with everything he had. That was genuine, even if the song was not his. Why did you never try to find me? After everything that happened? Nathan was quiet for a moment. I looked you up once a few years after Thornwood. You were already making headlines, this young businesswoman taking over her father's company. I was just starting my career playing small venues, trying to build a reputation. He shrugged. I convinced myself we moved in different worlds. What would I even say? Hi, I wrote that song your dead boyfriend claimed was his. It seemed cruel, pointless. Better to let the past stay buried. But now Nathan looked at her. Really looked at her. Now I am sitting next to you in a rundown community center, and you are wearing clothes that cost more than my rent, and somehow it does not matter. You came here looking for truth, and I think maybe I needed someone to finally see it. Lily appeared at their side, clutching a drawing. I made this for you, Miss Victoria. Victoria took the paper carefully. It was a butterfly, colored in bright shades of purple and blue with the words, New Beginnings, written beneath it in careful, wobbly letters. It is beautiful, Victoria said, her voice thick. Butterflies mean new beginnings, Lily explained. My mummy told me that before she went to heaven. She said when we see butterflies, it means something good is about to happen. Victoria looked from the drawing to Lily's earnest face to Nathan, who was watching them both with an expression she could not quite read. Thank you, Lily. I will treasure this. And something in the way she said it made it clear that she meant it. 1 week after Christmas Eve, Victoria found herself at Nathan's apartment for the first time. It was exactly as he had described, small, cramped, with a radiator that made suspicious clanking noises. But it was also warm in ways that had nothing to do with temperature. Lily's artwork covered the refrigerator. Books were stacked in every corner. A second-hand keyboard sat in the living room surrounded by sheet music covered in Nathan's careful handwriting. This is where Daddy writes his songs, Lily announced, giving Victoria a tour with all the gravity of a museum docent. And this is where we eat breakfast. And this is my room. Want to see my dragons? Victoria ended up sitting on Lily's bed for 20 minutes being introduced to every stuffed dragon in the collection and hearing elaborate backstories about their adventures. This one is Sir Scorch, Lily explained, holding up a purple dragon with slightly crossed eyes. He is the bravest, but also the silliest. He once tried to roast a marshmallow and accidentally set his own tail on fire. What happened then? His friends helped put it out. That is what friends do. They help each other even when you make mistakes. Nathan appeared in the doorway with cups of hot chocolate, watching his daughter charm this billionaire CEO with stories about stuffed animals. "I see you have met the dragon army." "They are very impressive," Victoria said, accepting the hot chocolate. "Sir Scorch was just telling me about his marshmallow incident." Nathan grinned. "That is a cautionary tale about the importance of fire safety." Required reading in this household. 2 weeks later, they had their first real date, a casual pizza place far from the prying eyes of business associates and society reporters. Lily came along, dominating the conversation with stories about school and her ongoing campaign to convince her teacher that dragons were real. "She says there is no scientific evidence," Lily complained through a mouthful of pepperoni. "But just because we have not found dragon bones does not mean they did not exist. Maybe they were really good at hiding." A compelling argument, Victoria agreed seriously. Nathan caught her eye over Lily's head, and they shared a smile that said more than words ever could. 3 weeks after that first night, Victoria opened up about her father. They were sitting on Nathan's tiny balcony after Lily had gone to bed wrapped in blankets against the January cold, drinking wine that Victoria had brought because Nathan's budget did not extend to anything beyond the basics. "He has controlled everything in my life," Victoria admitted. "My education, my career, my relationships. When I was growing up, I thought that is just what fathers did. I thought the constant pressure to be perfect meant he loved me." "What changed your mind?" Victoria stared at the city lights in the distance. "Preston. My father chose Preston for me the way you would choose a stock to invest in. Good family, solid returns, strategic advantage. And I agreed, because by that point I had forgotten that I was allowed to want things for myself." She looked at Nathan. "You are the first thing I have wanted just for me, not for the company, not for my father, just because being with you makes me feel like the person I was before everything got so complicated." Nathan set down his wine and took her hand. "I am scared too," he admitted. "I have nothing to offer someone like you. No money, no status, no fancy apartment. I am a janitor who plays piano in community centers and can barely afford to buy his daughter new shoes." Victoria squeezed his hand. "You have everything that matters. Kindness, talent, the ability to love someone so completely that you would give up your dreams for them. That is worth more than any fortune." They sat in silence for a while, hands intertwined, watching their breath make clouds in the cold air. "I am not going to marry Preston," Victoria said finally. "I know. I do not know what happens next. My father will be furious. The board might question my judgment. Everything I have built could be at risk." Nathan turned to face her. "Whatever happens, you will not face it alone. I know I cannot fix anything or fight your battles for you, but I can be here. I can listen. I can remind you that you are more than your company or your family name or any of the roles other people have assigned you." Victoria leaned into him, resting her head on his shoulder. "For the first time in my life," she whispered, "I am choosing. Not calculating or strategizing, just choosing." She looked up at him. "I choose you. Whatever comes next, I choose you." It was Lily who truly sealed the bond. 3 weeks before her 8th birthday, she mentioned casually to Victoria that she had never had a real party. "Daddy always makes it special," she explained. "We have cake and presents, and he plays Happy Birthday on the piano. But it is just us. I have never had a party with friends and games and decorations like the other kids at school talk about." Victoria looked at Nathan, who shifted uncomfortably. "Parties are expensive," he said quietly, "and we do not really have the space here." That night, after Lily was asleep, Victoria made a proposal. "Let me throw her a party. A real one. I can rent out a venue, hire entertainment, invite kids from her school and the community center." Nathan's jaw tightened. "Victoria, that is too much. I cannot accept that kind of charity. It is not charity. Victoria's voice was firm. It is me wanting to do something nice for a little girl I have come to care about. There is a difference. She reached for his hand. I know you are proud. I know you have worked hard to provide for her on your own, but letting someone help you is not weakness. It is trust. Nathan was quiet for a long moment. She has never had other kids at a birthday party, he finally admitted. She has never complained, but I know she notices. The other kids talk about their parties and she just listens. His voice cracked. I wanted to give her everything. But sometimes everything just means keeping the lights on and food in the refrigerator. Victoria squeezed his hand. Then let me give her this one thing. Not because you are not enough, but because you have been enough for so long that you deserve a break. The party was held at a children's museum, a venue Victoria knew from charity events, but had never actually spent time in. 23 children attended, kids from Lily's school and the community center piano classes, filling the space with laughter and chaos. There were games and face painting and a magician who made balloon animals. There was a cake shaped like a dragon, complete with edible flames. There was a pile of presents that made Lily's eyes go wide with disbelief. But what Victoria remembered most from that day was watching Nathan. He was in his element, kneeling down to tie shoes and mediate disputes over who got the last cupcake. He played piano for the kids when they gathered for the birthday song, turning the simple melody into something that made the children dance. He held Lily on his shoulders when she could not see the magician over the crowd. And through it all, he kept looking at Victoria with an expression that made her heart ache. Later that night, after all the guests had gone, and Lily had fallen asleep clutching her new dragon toy, Nathan found Victoria sitting alone in the museum's empty party room. Thank you, he said quietly, sitting beside her. I have never seen her that happy. She deserved it. Nathan was quiet for a moment. Can I tell you something? Anything. When Claire died, I promised myself I would be enough, that Lily would never feel like she was missing out on anything because she only had one parent. I have spent 4 years trying to prove that I did not need anyone's help. He looked at Victoria. But watching you today, seeing how happy you made her, I realized something. Being enough does not mean doing everything alone. It means being willing to let people in when they want to help. Victoria felt tears slipping down her cheeks. She is amazing, Nathan. You have done an incredible job with her. She is the best thing I have ever done. Nathan agreed. But you have made her life better just by being in it. That means more to me than you could possibly know. That night, as Victoria drove back to her apartment, she passed the community center where Nathan taught. The lights were off the building, dark and silent, but in her mind she could still hear the music. Richard Ashford summoned his daughter to his office on a Tuesday morning. The corner office at Ashford Holdings had been his domain for 30 years, decorated with the trophies of his success awards and photographs and expensive artwork that spoke to his wealth and influence. He sat behind his massive desk like a king on a throne, studying Victoria with the cold calculation she had grown up learning to fear. Close the door. Victoria complied, taking a seat across from him without being invited. I have heard disturbing rumors, Richard began, about you and a maintenance worker in this building. Victoria kept her expression neutral. His name is Nathan Cole. I do not care what his name is. Richard's voice was sharp. I care that my daughter, the CEO of a company worth billions, is apparently carrying on some kind of relationship with a man who cleans toilets for a living. He is a musician, Victoria said quietly. A brilliant one. He teaches piano to underprivileged children. He is raising his daughter alone after losing his wife. He is one of the best people I have ever met. Richard's laugh was cold. A musician. Wonderful. Does this musician know about the Ashford fortune? Does he know what you are worth? He does not care about money. Everyone cares about money, Ingrid. Richard leaned forward. I did not build this empire so you could throw it away on some romantic fantasy. You are engaged to Preston Hayes. The wedding is in 3 weeks. Everything has been arranged. Victoria met her father's eyes directly. I am not marrying Preston. The silence that followed was deafening. Excuse me, you heard me. Victoria's voice was steady, despite her pounding heart. I do not love him. I never did. The engagement was a business arrangement that you made without my consent. Richard's face had gone purple. Without your consent, I have given you everything. This company, this apartment, this position, all of it came from me. And this is how you repay me. By throwing it away for a janitor. Victoria stood. You gave me things, Father. You never gave me a choice. I have spent my entire life performing according to your script, and I am done. Richard stood too, his voice dropping to a dangerous whisper. If you do not marry Preston, I will remove you as CEO. I will take back the apartment, the car, everything I have given you. He smiled, but there was no warmth in it. You want to choose the janitor, fine. But you will do it with nothing. Let us see how long your romance lasts when you are as poor as he is. Victoria's chin lifted. Then take it all. The words surprised them both. I would rather have nothing than spend one more day living a life that is not mine. She walked out before he could respond, her heart pounding so hard she could feel it in her throat. War had been declared. The story broke 3 days later. Ashford CEO in shocking affair with building janitor. The headline was everywhere, accompanied by photos that had clearly been taken without Victoria's knowledge, her entering Nathan's building, them walking together in the park, Lily holding her hand at the birthday party. Preston had followed through on his threats. The article was full of insinuations and careful wordings that stopped just short of libel. It questioned Victoria's judgment, her fitness to lead, her mental stability. It painted Nathan as a gold digger who had targeted a vulnerable widow for her fortune, never mind that Victoria was not a widow, and Nathan had no idea about her money when they first met. The company's stock price wobbled. Board members demanded emergency meetings. Reporters camped outside Victoria's apartment and Nathan's building. Nathan called Victoria that night, his voice heavy with guilt. This is my fault. If I had just stayed away, if I had not let myself get close to you. Do not. Victoria interrupted. Do not you dare blame yourself for this. But your company, your reputation, everything you have built, everything I have built means nothing if I have to sacrifice the people I care about to keep it. There was a long pause. Maybe I should disappear for a while, Nathan said quietly. Take Lily somewhere far away until this blows over. Give you a chance to salvage what you can. Victoria's response was immediate. If you run, they win. Preston wins. My father wins. And I refuse to let them take this from me. She took a breath. I am coming over. We are going to figure this out together. Because that is what we do now. We face things together. An hour later, she was sitting in Nathan's cramped living room. Lily asleep in the next room, maps of the battle ahead spread between them. I have proof, Victoria said. Professor Banks gave me the original sheet music. Your handwriting dated before Daniel's death. It proves you wrote Starlight Promise. Nathan's brow furrowed. How does that help? Victoria smiled, and for the first time in days it reached her eyes. Because it changes the story. Right now, the narrative is powerful. CEO loses her mind over janitor. But what if the narrative becomes something else entirely? She leaned forward. What if it is a story about a long-lost composer reunited with the woman who inspired his masterpiece? A story about artistic integrity and true love triumphing over corporate manipulation. Nathan stared at her. You want to go public. With everything. I want to tell the truth." Victoria's voice was firm. "About the song about us, about what Preston and my father have done. Let people decide for themselves who the real villains are." Nathan was quiet for a long moment. "If we do this, there is no going back. Every detail of my life, Claire Lily the piano, all of it will be public knowledge, I know, and I will not ask you to do it if you are not ready. This is your decision as much as mine." Nathan looked toward Lily's room, where his daughter slept peacefully, unaware of the storm raging around them. 4 years ago, I learned what it meant to lose everything he said quietly. I thought I would never recover. I thought I would spend the rest of my life just surviving. He looked at Victoria. "But then you appeared in my life, and suddenly I started dreaming again. Started hoping for things I had given up on." His jaw tightened with determination. "I am not going to let fear steal that from me. Not from us." He reached for her hand. "Let us tell the truth. All of it. And let the chips fall where they may." Professor Theodore Banks became an unlikely media star at 87 years old. Victoria arranged for him to speak with a respected journalist, one known for thorough research and fair reporting. The resulting story ran the following week, complete with photographs of the original Starlight Promise manuscript in Nathan's handwriting, Professor Banks' expert testimony, and a timeline that proved conclusively that Nathan Cole had written the song 3 weeks before Daniel Mercer's death. The narrative shifted overnight. Instead of a scandal, the story became a romance. Long-lost composer reunited with the inspiration for his masterpiece. True artist who sacrificed recognition to protect his friend's memory. Single father who gave up a promising career to raise his daughter alone after tragedy struck. Social media exploded with support. People shared their own stories of sacrifice and hidden talent. Nathan's name, buried for so long, suddenly appeared alongside words like genius and integrity and hero. But Victoria was not finished. She arranged for Nathan to record Starlight Promise professionally, for the first time donating all proceeds to a children's music education fund. The recording session took place in one of the city's finest studios, where Nathan sat at a grand piano and played the song that had changed so many lives. The single went viral within hours of its release. People who had never heard of Nathan Cole or Victoria Ashford or the summer music camp 16 years ago were suddenly sharing the song, crying over its beauty, demanding to know more about the man who had written it. The donations poured in. Within a week, the fund had raised enough to provide music education for hundreds of underprivileged children. Within a month, Nathan's name was being mentioned in the same breath as composers who had graced the stages of Carnegie Hall and Lincoln Center. And through it all, Nathan remained the same man he had always been: humble, focused on Lily, uncomfortable with the sudden spotlight, but determined to use it for good. The Daniel Mercer and Nathan Cole Music Scholarship was established, honoring both the friend who had died too young and the composer who had kept his memory alive through silence. "Let this be his legacy," Nathan said at the scholarship's inauguration ceremony. "Not just a song, but a chance for kids like us to discover the power of music." Victoria watched from the audience, tears streaming down her face, and knew that she had made the right choice. The emergency board meeting was Richard Ashford's last gambit. He had spent weeks rallying support, calling in favors, reminding board members of their loyalty to the man who had founded this company. He was certain that faced with the choice between a stable traditional leadership and the chaos Victoria had created, they would side with him. He was wrong. Victoria entered the boardroom with a calm that surprised even her. She had spent days preparing for this moment, assembling evidence-building arguments, knowing that everything she had worked for hung in the balance. "Members of the board," she began, "my father has called this meeting to remove me as CEO. He believes that my personal choices have compromised my ability to lead this company. She paused, looking around the table. I am here to show you that the opposite is true. Over the next hour, Victoria presented a meticulous case. Financial reports showing Ashford Holdings' growth under her leadership. Market analysis demonstrating the company's strong position. Employee satisfaction surveys and client testimonials praising her vision and integrity. And then she turned to darker matters. My father and Preston Hayes conspired to force me into a marriage I did not want for strategic advantage, she said. When I refused, they orchestrated a media attack designed to damage both me and an innocent man. She produced communications between Richard and Preston, discussing the leak strategy emails showing their coordination with certain journalists. They put their personal vendettas above the interests of this company and its shareholders, Victoria concluded. They manipulated the press to attack the CEO of Ashford Holdings, causing our stock price to drop and our reputation to suffer. She looked at her father directly. The question before this board is not whether I should remain as CEO. It is whether a man who would sabotage his own company to control his daughter deserves any position of authority within it. The vote was decisive. Vote was, Richard Ashford was forced into early retirement, stripped of his board seat, given a severance package, and a non-disclosure agreement that effectively ended his influence in the company forever. Preston Hayes, his co-conspirator, found himself persona non grata in business circles throughout the city. The private equity firm he worked for quietly asked for his resignation. And Victoria Ashford remained CEO, her position stronger than ever. Preston made one last mistake. Unable to accept his defeat, he cornered Nathan in the parking garage of Ashford Holdings late one evening. Nathan had been there to pick up Victoria for dinner, Lily waiting in the car with a babysitter. "You think you have won?" Preston snarled, stepping out of the shadows. "You think you can just waltz in and take everything that was supposed to be mine?" Nathan did not flinch. "I never wanted anything that was yours, Preston. I just wanted to live my life in peace." In peace, Preston's laugh was ugly. "You are a janitor, a nobody. Do you have any idea what I gave up for this merger?" "The sacrifices I made." Nathan studied the man before him, seeing not a rival, but a pitiable creature whose entire self-worth was measured in acquisitions and assets. "I am sorry for whatever made you this way," Nathan said quietly. "I am sorry you never learned that there is more to life than winning. But Victoria is not a prize to be won. She is a person, and she deserves to be loved, not leveraged." Preston's face contorted with rage. He stepped forward, fists clenched. But before he could do anything, security guards appeared from nowhere, summoned by Victoria, who had been watching on the parking garage cameras. "Mr. Hayes," one of the guards said firmly, "you need to leave the premises. Now." Preston looked around, seeing the cameras, the witnesses, the absolute end of any power he had once possessed. "This is not over," he spat. But it was, and everyone knew it. Preston Hayes left the city the following week, his reputation in ruins, his career finished, his grand plans for dynasty and domination crumbled to dust. No one mourned his departure. The ballroom of Ashford Holdings had been transformed. Where a year ago there had been a corporate Christmas party, now there was a charity concert that had become the most anticipated event of the season. Every seat was filled. The air was electric with anticipation. The who's who of the city's business and cultural elite mingled with community center kids and their families, all equal participants in an evening that promised to be unforgettable. Backstage, Nathan adjusted his tie with trembling fingers. He still was not used to this. The attention, the expectations, the knowledge that hundreds of people were waiting to hear him play. For so many years he had hidden his gift, convinced that it belonged to another life, another man. But tonight was different. Tonight he was not playing to prove anything or to win anything. He was playing to celebrate, to honor, to show the world what was possible when broken people found the courage to try again. "Daddy, you look nervous." Lily appeared at his side wearing a blue dress that matched the ribbon in her dark curls. "Are you scared?" Nathan knelt down to her level. "A little bit," he admitted. "Do not be." Lily's voice was serious. "Miss Victoria says you are the best piano player in the whole world, and I think she is right." Nathan pulled his daughter into a hug. "Thank you, baby. That means everything." The announcer's voice echoed through the venue. "Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Nathan Cole." Nathan took Lily's hand, and together they walked onto the stage. The applause was thunderous, but Nathan barely heard it. His eyes were searching the crowd until they found Victoria standing in the wings wearing red again. But this time, the crimson dress was not armor. It was celebration, joy, a woman finally allowing herself to be seen. He sat at the grand piano, Lily taking her place on a small bench beside him. And then he began to play. Starlight Promise filled the ballroom, familiar and beloved, but different now. Nathan had written a new coda, a series of cascading phrases that spoke not of loss, but of hope, of second chances, of love that had waited patiently in the shadows until it was finally called into the light. When the music ended, the silence lasted only a heartbeat before the audience rose in a standing ovation. Nathan stood, found Victoria in the crowd, and watched her make her way to the stage. She climbed the steps and took his hand in front of everyone, tears streaming down her face. "That melody saved me twice," she said loud enough for the microphone to catch. "The first time it gave me a reason to keep going after Daniel died. The second time it led me to you." Nathan smiled, and it transformed his entire face. "Then I would say it was worth every note." Lily tugged on Victoria's hand. "Can we get hot chocolate now? The kind with the marshmallows?" The entire audience laughed, and as the three of them walked off the stage together, Nathan, Victoria, and Lily the melody still seemed to linger in the air. A promise kept, a circle completed, a family found. 2 years had passed since the Christmas Eve that changed everything. Spring had arrived in full force, cherry blossoms drifting like pink snow through the city park, where Nathan and Victoria often brought Lily to play. On this particular afternoon, the three of them were enjoying a picnic, while Lily chased butterflies through the grass. Nathan had been carrying the ring for 3 weeks, waiting for the perfect moment. But first, he had someone else's permission to ask. "Lily, can you come here for a second?" His daughter ran over, breathless and grinning, a dandelion clutched in her small fist. "I found a wish flower," she announced. "You are supposed to blow on it and make a wish." Nathan sat her down on the picnic blanket. "Before you make your wish, I need to ask you something important." Lily's expression grew serious, sensing the gravity of the moment. "If I asked Miss Victoria to marry me," Nathan said slowly, "would that be okay with you?" Lily's eyes went wide. "Like marry, like she would live with us forever?" "Exactly like that." Lily was quiet for a moment, her small face scrunched in thought. "Would she read me bedtime stories?" "I think she would love that." "Would she come to my piano recitals?" "She would not miss them for the world." "Would she be my mom?" Nathan's heart clenched. "She would be your stepmom. But we could figure out together what you want to call her, whatever feels right." Lily considered this. "Can I still talk to Mommy in heaven always, baby? Victoria is not here to replace your mommy. She is here to add more love to our family. There is always room for more love." Lily nodded slowly. "Then yes," she declared. But you have to ask her really nice, and maybe play her the song. Girls like when you play them songs. Nathan laughed, pulling his daughter into a hug. When did you get so wise? I learned from watching you, Daddy. An hour later, with Lily stationed as lookout, Nathan led Victoria to a quieter part of the park, where a young pianist was playing by the fountain. He had arranged for the musician to be there, part of his carefully orchestrated plan. Nathan, what is going on? He took both her hands in his. 2 years ago, I was a broken man who had given up on dreams, on music, on the possibility of ever being happy again. I had nothing to offer anyone. I was just surviving. Victoria's eyes were already glistening. Then you appeared in my life and everything changed. You saw things in me I had forgotten existed. You helped me find my music again. You loved my daughter like she was your own. You fought for us when anyone else would have walked away. Nathan reached into his pocket and pulled out a small velvet box. Victoria Ashford. I still do not have much. I am still not sure I deserve someone as extraordinary as you, but I know that I love you with everything I have, and I know that if you will let me, I will spend the rest of my life trying to be worthy of that love. He opened the box, revealing a simple but elegant ring. Will you marry me? Victoria was crying openly now, tears streaming down her face without shame. Yes, she whispered. Yes, 1,000 times, yes. Nathan slid the ring onto her finger with trembling hands. From the bushes nearby, Lily burst out of hiding with a triumphant shout. She said, yes, I knew she would. The other visitors in the park turned to watch as the little girl ran toward the couple, throwing herself into their arms, and somewhere in the distance, cherry blossoms continued to fall like a blessing on a family that had found its way home. The wedding was held in a garden, small and intimate, exactly what both Nathan and Victoria wanted. Cherry blossom trees formed a canopy overhead, their petals drifting down like confetti. Close friends occupied the white chairs arranged in neat rows. Professor Theodore Banks sat in the front row, tears streaming down his weathered face as he watched the young man he had believed in so many years ago finally receive the happiness he deserved. Lily was the flower girl, taking her job with the utmost seriousness. She walked down the aisle, scattering rose petals with careful precision, her dark curls crowned with a wreath of spring flowers. Nathan waited at the altar, his heart pounding so hard he could feel it in his throat. And then Victoria appeared. She wore white, simple and elegant, nothing like the corporate armor she had once used to face the world. Her honey-blonde hair fell in soft waves around her shoulders. Her ice-blue eyes, once so guarded, now shone with open joy. She was the most beautiful thing Nathan had ever seen. When she reached him, he took her hands, and the minister began the ceremony. But Nathan barely heard the words. He was lost in Victoria's eyes, in the impossibility of this moment, in the gratitude that threatened to overwhelm him. The vows, they had written themselves. Victoria Nathan began, his voice thick with emotion. You taught me that broken pieces can become something beautiful. You showed me that letting people in is not weakness but strength. You gave me back my music and my hope. I promise to keep playing even when it is hard. To keep showing up even when I am scared. To love you and Lily with everything I have for all the days we are given. Victoria squeezed his hands. Nathan, you showed me that the most extraordinary people are often the ones everyone else overlooks. You taught me to feel again, to choose for myself, to believe that love could be real and not just strategic. I promise to choose you every single day, to be present for Lily, for you, for the family we are building together, to never hide behind armor again. The minister smiled. By the power vested in me, I now pronounce you husband and wife. You may kiss your bride. Nathan pulled Victoria close and kissed her as the small gathering erupted in applause. Lily pushed between them, demanding to be included. "Does this mean I can call you Mom now?" Victoria knelt down, gathering the girl into her arms. "If you want to, sweetheart. I would be honored." Lily grinned. "Then you are Mom now. And Daddy is Dad. And we are a real family." Nathan pulled both of them into his arms, holding them close. "We were always a real family," he said. "We just made it official." That night, in their new home, a house they had chosen together with a garden for Lily and a music room for Nathan. The family gathered in the living room. "Play something," Victoria asked, curling up on the sofa with Lily already drowsing against her shoulder. "Something new, something that is just ours." Nathan sat at the piano, his fingers hovering over the keys. And then he began to play. The melody started simple, just 2 notes in conversation. But gradually it grew, became a dialogue, became a dance. There were moments of darkness that resolved into light. Phrases that stumbled before finding their rhythm. Silences that spoke louder than sound. When he finished, Victoria was crying. "What is it called?" Nathan thought for a moment. "Second movement," he said. "Because every great piece has more than one part. And this us is just the beginning." Outside, the city hummed its evening song. But inside that house, in the golden glow of lamplight, there was only music. The kind that heals, the kind that saves, the kind that proves that even the most broken things can be made beautiful again if someone brave enough is willing to try. Friends, if this story touched your heart, if it reminded you that second chances exist and that love can find us in the most unexpected places, please do not just watch and walk away. Hit that subscribe button and join our channel for more heartwarming stories. Share this with someone who needs to remember that the most beautiful music sometimes comes from the most broken hearts. Drop a comment telling us your favorite part. And if this story made you smile or cry or believe in love again, hit that like button so we know you want more stories just like this one. Thank you for watching, and remember, it is never too late for your own starlight promise.